I am going to make it up and probably just stream a little extra today. At least try to. I'm still not 100%. So, um, oh, I forgot to change my title. I was gonna move away from sixth stream, but hey, I have notes. I've started writing a kind of script for my next video. I have a new video out today. If everybody wants to go watch it, all zero people that are in chat right now. It'd be super cool. I'm super happy with it. My impression click-through rate is fucking astronomically high for this video, which is great, which means that I did a good job. Oh my god, I did a good job. Look at that. Oh, so happy. Still only 20 views, but look at that. It's just I'm so happy about this. Let's see video analytics. Somebody left a comment. No subscribers, but the watch hours are great. If I go to, I think it's engagement has it. Average view duration. Look at that. Oh my god, people are actually watching it like all the way through on average. Except for this one. I don't know what happened there. Look at that. Oh, so happy. So happy. I think I did a really good job on this video. Where is it? Here we go. Looking forward to progress and final product. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, so let's get this party started. Let's get this party started. Motherfuckers, let's do this. So, what do we need to do now? Now we've got like the truck actually working properly. Like the truck is actually working. I'm like it actually feels good. Okay, so I think what we do Okay, so this one is fine, right? This is the e-brake amount. I don't think we need the multiple here. And I do think that we need to come into here and we need a brake amount of some kind. Wheel drive controller. Let's see, what do we have? Do we have the wheel drive controls? Wheel hit. We have the wheel here. Yeah. This should be public float e-brake force. Public float. Here we'll say engine brake force. And then here we're going to do find usage. Actually, I think this ends up getting serialized in a spot where we can have it all in one. So I think we should be fine. Yeah. We're going to yeah, I think we can just leave it there for now. Where is this getting used? Find usage. Calculate steering angle. I would rather it not be done there, to be honest. It's done in two. It's literally done in two spots. Wait. Wait, you've got to be kidding me. Seriously? It's done in technically two spots, but it's kind of one. Interesting. I don't like that this is like that, but I don't have a solution around it off the top of my head right this moment. Actually, I probably could do. I wonder if there's a way to just have like, because we don't want to have functions or methods inside of a struct if we can help it. We want to have these be isolated outside of it, but whatever. It's not that important right this moment. To do there, and then we'll come down to here. There we go. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. So let's clean this up. Then we're going to come down here. We're going to get rid of this. This here, I'm going to say driving backwards. We're going to take this, and instead of recomputing it over and over again, we're just going to have this here be do if is less than 0.0f. We want false. Sorry, yeah, there. And then, so the true is, this is backwards. This is bool, right? So this is driving back, moving backwards, right? So bool is moving forward. So I think this needs to be flipped. No, we do this, is moving backwards. There we go. But I think I also want a, let's create a function. Can I have a function in here? Can I do private I want to say a float is what we're dealing with, right? Let me just bring up the actual data here. There's a temp amount. Yeah, it's a float. Okay. Float calculate inline. I want to inline this. Calculate drive amount. Drive amount. And I want this to be inlined. Unity C# inline flag method for inline. Maybe this could be a macro. C# macros. C# macro. The reason being is that, like, if you inline something, it is more performant than if you don't, because calling into a function requires extra steps. And I want to flag this as inlined. Unity C# inline function. Inline function. Inline. Okay. The inline keyword is optional in the function declaration. The inline and inline specifier suggests to the compiler that it insert a copy of this function body into each place the function is called. The insertion called inline expression or inlining occurs only if the compiler's own cost-benefit analysis shows it's worthwhile. Inline expression minimizes the function call overhead at the potential cost of larger code size. The force inline keyword overrides the cost benefit analysis and relies on the judgment of the programmer instead. What would force inline look like? Would I put the underscore or would it just be like there? Right? So it would be like force inline. Or is it like is it a double underscore? It looks like a double underscore. So if I do this instead, it's like no. Absolutely not. We will not allow you to have this. Return 0.0f. C# create static methods. Oh, there we go. Because I don't think that we can actually can we put them outside of these things? Like, is that possible? Can I just put it here? Would I be allowed? Class public static class is that correct? I guess force inline is not a thing in here, like at all. So this would be the inline. Oh wait. Inline, right? Oh, inline doesn't have to be done within anything. So I don't need a class for this. What if I bring it down here? Inline. All right, fuck it. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna do it twice. Let's double check how this works though. Vector3 dot property. The dot product of two vectors is a mathematical angle between the dots. To or Positive if the two vectors are pointing in similar directions. 0 if they're perpendicular, and negative if the two vectors are pointing in nearly opposite directions. Okie dokie. Positive if they're post in mostly the same direction. There we go. Positive if moving forward, and negative if moving backwards. There we go. There we go. And then here we want the wheel. Wheel dot, what was this? This was 2, and this is brake amount. We want wheel dot brake force multiplier. And then here we want wheel dot e brake force multiplier. Really, we just want this to be this, and then, oh wait, no, because we need to only do one side of it. Yeah, never mind. Mm-hmm. I don't love it. This would be wheel dot engine brake force multiplier. And then it was 5 and 2. Suspension length. I want to put that with the suspension and suspension length, right? This is never used. Neither is that reset. Neither is that. What the fuck? I don't think any this is never used either. Is this even used at all? There's the wheel. But the wheel here doesn't have the grip factor to do wheel radius. Vehicle authoring. There's the wheel. Here we go. Yeah. What we want is public brake force multiplier. E brake force multiplier. And engine brake. Engine brake force multiplier. This one, let's say, is 5. This one I think was 2. And this one is 2. For now, we're just gonna leave it at there. Then we're gonna come down to this wheel here and then find usage. And then this wheel here, for wheel, and this is on draw gizmo. That's not what we want. Wheels, find usage. This is the baker. This is also, wait, what? There. These are still baker. Get wheel base distance. Where are we creating these? Okay, so we're looking for new wheel, right? Find usage. There's new wheel right there. There it is. There. And then we would do, this would be grip force placement. It's the mesh, drive torque. Grip factor here. And then, yeah, so here we're going to do the, which is wheel authoring dot brake force multiplier. Which isn't the wheel. We want the authoring, right? Vehicle authoring. There we go. Now they're getting used. Look at that. Beautiful. So now they're going to show up in here, whether or not we like actually set them or not. Then here we want, we don't want these to be so high. These are really, really high. It's 2, 5, and 2. 2, 5, 2. We I need to bring this down a little bit. 0.95. No, wait. Front wheels. 1. These ones 0.95. and 0.95. Ideally, what we want is we want a curve for braking force, much like we have for acceleration, but you know. I gotta say though, this is definitely the best version of the truck that I've had. I'm so happy with this. Whee! There we go. All right. So the truck code's been cleaned up a little bit. We've added in some variables that we can play with. This will give us a little bit better here. This needs to be engine brake force multiplier is wrong. This needs to be engine brake force. And then that will come into here, and we'll just say, instead of this being a multiplier, because we're not actually multiplying it, right? We're just adding this as the force, right? There we go. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to start plotting how the AI is going to work. And we need to slowly make ourselves more stuff here. So we need the AI to walk back. I want the AI to walk back and forth along a kind of path. So let's figure out how to make a path. So actually, wait. We want the spawner to work correctly. So when, okay, sorry. We're gonna work on the spawner. What's up, game champ, game, uh, game champ morph. Wow, I don't even know how to pronounce this name. I don't know how to pronounce your name, man. But how are you things? It's been a while. There's no shot I'm saying it right. Like fucking zero shot. I will say it wrong 100% of the time. G Mechamorph. There we go. 10 out of 10, best one yet. By the way, I put out a video. Put out a video today. It's my best performing video so far. Like in analytic numbers. Mostly the engagement has been really good. Past Pseudo told me you lost your job. I did. It was horrible. It was an upsetting day. I knew that it was coming. Like I went into the meeting knowing it was coming. My job, I was working on a medical scheduling and services application. I knew it was coming. I was just kind of hoping it wasn't that because I lost my grandma that I woke up to my dad messaging me telling me that my grandma passed away. And then I went into work and I had an early meeting where I was told that I was laid off. It was kind of a horrible day. Yeah. I'd know I didn't have a guarantee that it was happening, but I had a pretty good idea that layoffs were coming. Yeah. I still have 3. My dad's mom is still alive, and my my mom's mom is still alive. My dad's dad is still alive, and my mom's dad is still alive. But my my dad's my dad's wife passed away, and they'd been I think they got married before I was born, because my dad's mom moved back to Finland when my dad's mom moved back to Finland when my brother was born, and my brother's older than me. So I've only actually met my dad's mom like 4 or 5 times in my entire life. Still, I'm gonna be very sad when she passes away. She's a yeah, yeah. I went to visit her not last year but the year before. It was a great trip. It was great to see her. I didn't make it to before I got to before my grandpa over there passed away. I wanted to meet him, but unfortunately I didn't make it in time. I think it was something like 3 months before we got there. He passed away. Maybe 4. It was 3 or 4 months before we got there. He passed away, unfortunately. Oh, fucking hats. Hmm. Ad break in progress. Let me know when we're back here. I think it's 12 seconds. We come back. Hmm. I do need to. Everybody's been saying that this truck needs to get painted. Welcome back. Yeah, everybody's been. I've gotten from a couple people that like are just like, yeah, you really need to paint this truck. Yeah, I work remote, but yeah, like there was something that was telling me for like about a month before it happened that I was gonna get laid off. But so like I had a good feel, like I something felt off about the meeting being scheduled, and I thought that something was coming. Like they don't tell you stuff. No, no, no. It was just I'm fairly good at cluing into some of these things, and I kept ignoring it. But something told me that I should probably be looking for a job. I'm not gonna lie, I was debating whether to start looking for a job back in like November, because something was starting to feel a bit off. I don't know what it was, but like it's not one of those things where I'd be able to be like it was this exact moment. It was just more like something felt off in the back of my head, and I was just like, I feel like now is a good time to start, and I probably should have listened to myself. And then in December, something was really starting to rub me the wrong way. And I was like, I really probably should be looking for work, but I still kept pushing it off because I was just like, I kind of really like their vacation and holidays. So I was like, I don't want to jeopardize that kind of thing. And then in towards the end of January, it happened. But I've like pieced out of companies before, like a couple months before layoffs started. Like when I left Hootsuite, and during my exit interview, I told them that one of the reasons I was leaving was because I wanted to get out before the layoffs started. And they told me that no layoffs were planned. And I told them that layoffs were coming. And then I think 4 months after I left, the first round of layoffs happened. I was just like, yeah. But that was just like there was an obvious thing happening right in front of me, right? So like it doesn't matter. Like the one of the reasons I left was a little bit political, right? But like it wasn't because I disagreed or agreed politically with what was going on. It was that it was a there was a hyper political thing that happened with the company. So what I'll let you guys know what happened. So and it was very public too. So like if you had any idea of what Hootsuite was, it made the news. So what happened was um Hootsuite signed a contract with ICE to help them with their social media presence. And I think the CEO said that they weren't going to be helping with like finding people, like doing filters and stuff like that to target individuals in the States. Yeah, like the American immigration ICE, the one that's rounding people up at the moment, and making the news. So that ICE, yes. So Hootsuite signed a contract to help ICE with their social media. Not like Hootsuite consults them and is like, oh yeah, you need to put out this, that, or the other thing to grow or anything like that. It's just Hootsuite provides tooling to help you post to multiple different social medias and manage your social media presence on the multiple different platforms. So Hootsuite was like signed a contract with ICE to provide them with this service. And I think the crux was that like there was nothing special, or like we weren't going to be developing specific things for ICE or anything like that. And at any rate though, that immediately pissed off the left politically in the States. Right. And I think this was still during Trump's first term. Right. So, but towards the end of it, right? This was like just before COVID. And so that pissed off the American left. Then, because it also pissed off a bunch of our very outspoken left-leaning people at the company. Hootsuite decided that they didn't want anything to do with this anymore, so they severed the contract, and they had to pay a fine to the U.S. government. They pissed off the company that they worked with to receive the contract. They'd spent multiple years trying to build up government contracts because government contracts are so reliable and good once you do get them, right? And very lucrative, right? Because it's like guaranteed money coming in. And they're not going to pay you because it's the American government, right? So anyway, so this pissed off a bunch they pissed off a bunch of people at the company. It pissed off the American left. And the American right just didn't give a shit, right? Because they're just like, we don't care about what ICE is using, right? We just did like, no, the left was the only people that really cared about the contract, right? Other than like, I'm sure that there was a group of the right that was just like, yeah, Hootsuite's the best, right? And then the left was like, yeah, Hootsuite's the worst. And so, but then they pivoted, they severed the contract, had to pay the fine, the very large fines involved in breaking contract, pissed off a third party that was helping us get contracts. And then because they did that, now they've pissed off the American right. And it's not like the American left was like, yeah, Hootsuite's the best. They're still like, yeah, Hootsuite's the fucking worst. They signed a contract with ICE, and then now both the American left and right are being like, yeah, Hootsuite fucking sucks. And it's like, okay, so the number one like Hootsuite predominantly works like has is mostly like caters mostly to an American audience for social media management, right? They just pissed off a bunch of people on both sides of the political aisle in the largest in their largest like demographic, which is the American population, right? Not only that, they're like, we are willing to sever contracts with the US government, right? So now also smaller companies are going to be like, oh shit, if I do something like that the political left doesn't like, or the political right, or whatever, or there's enough bad news about me, they're going to sever my contract and then I'll be out on my own, right? Like I won't have their tooling anymore. And if I rely on their tooling for my business, that's not good. Let me go shop around for another company. So like they pissed off corporations, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, the American political left, the American political right, and it was just like, we already weren't doing super great. What makes you think that pissing off everybody was the right move? Right? Like it at some point in this situation, there's going to be layoffs. There's no way that we don't take a financial hit doing this, right? Like they would have, like Hootsuite would have been better off either never signing the contract with ICE or being like, hey, you know what? We don't have to necessarily renew them if we don't like what they want us to do. And but in the meantime, we still have to honor our fucking contracts, right? We're still going forward with the contract, but we don't necessarily have to renew it, right? Because it wasn't a permanent lifetime contract. It was just like, it was a contract, right? Like it had an expiration. I don't know what the expiration was. It might have only been like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. I think it was probably 4 years. I think a lot of this stuff is 4-year contracts. But anyways, it's just like, okay, so like, sure, suck it up. 4 years. You know, you don't piss off anybody by you know, like, yeah, you piss off some people, but they get over it eventually, right? But yeah, it was just like a bunch of bad mojo, and I was just like, there's no way that they don't take financial hit for this, right? Like this is financial hit right here. So I was just like, I'm out before the layoffs start. They're not doing well anymore. That was one of the first death nails into that company. Yeah, I was just like, fuck it. Yeah. Watching that all happen. And yeah, and then have HR just be like, "Oh yeah, no, everything's fine." It's just like, yeah, sure, whatever you say. Everything's fine, and I shit rainbows. But yeah, no, there was also like hope WB go down because they also pissing people off. Uh there are certain companies right now that if I was working at them, I would be looking for a new job. If I was working in WB Gaming, I'd be looking for a new job right now. Layoffs are coming. Studios are shuttering. It is not a good time to be working for certain types of companies, and WB is one of them. One of the biggest ones, right? Regardless about how you feel about it, Concord, the developer, there should have been almost nobody to fire at like not fire, but lay off at Concord. That entire team, should have been fucking walking out before the game was released. There was no reason to stay with that company. It was entirely obvious that product was going to fail. It like they had 4 years to find new jobs. It was 4 years in the making, right? And I'm not even talking about the political side of it. Like it was politically charged, which is never great. But the main thing is that like you're looking at this product, right? And so if I look at this, right? If I have my game, right? Here's my product, right? My game, right? And then we come over here and we've got this one and this one and this one. And these are my competition, right? Oops. These are my competition, right? Now, let's say that we're all playing on the same even playing field of dollars, right? So each one of these are all AAA games. Right? Every single one of these are AAA games. The simple fact was this, I think it was like a $60 game, right? And these are all free. Then on top of that, player count matters. Right? In this game's genre. Player count matters a lot. If you don't have the numbers, you can't play the game. So player count is a huge deal. This one's $60. If you want to play this, it's $60 to play. If you want to play this one, it's free. This one's free. This one's free. Also, then you've got this thing here. This is super important. This one has first mover advantage. This is also a big deal, right? The hero shooter genre cannot be a pay to play game anymore because all of the competitors are free. This was the first for Concord. This was the biggest driver, I think, to the reason the game flopped entirely. Is that $60 is $60 too much. $1 is $1 too much to play the game. I'm actually I think the only reason why Marvel Rivals was a WB game, right? But anyways, the only reason why Marvel Rivals was able to make the splash that it did is because people were angry at. Oh, no NetEase. Okay. I thought it was like NetEase, but like the American art, whatever. Anyways, so the only reason why Marvel Rivals was able to break into the industry the way that they did is that people resonate with, like, people seem to really love so people really love the characters, right? Because there's a lot of it's a pre-existing fan base, right? So you have that. People were angry and pissed off with Blizzard over what they did to Overwatch, right? Whether you love or hate Overwatch is kind of irrelevant in this situation, but there was a very large group of people that were very angry at Overwatch about this, which creates, cracks in the armor that was given that they had from being the first mover in that space, right? Now, yes, Team Fortress was technically the first mover, but like Team Fortress hadn't had an update since I was in high school. Actually, I think it was late and like Team Fortress is effectively a dead game, right? It's so dead that they just open sourced it. Right? So like effectively when it comes down to it, Overwatch had first mover advantage. They dominated that the entire game space for that game style. It was a free game, right? Concord was like $60 or something stupid like that. It would have done way better if it was free. People actually would have played it. Just because like player counts matter so much in that game, in that game mode. And then for Marvel Rivals, the only reason why it was able to break through Overwatch was because it's a freemium game, which is important for this. And then two, then there's the pre-existing Marvel's fan base. And then three, people seem to really like the character designs, right? Like people love that shark. And people are obviously doing horrible things to what's her name? Sue Storm? No. Whatever, the Fantastic Four Invisible Girl person. I've not played that. Like the only one of these games that I've played, well, two is like Team Fortress back when it was like actually new. I haven't played it. I never play I don't think I ever played it after it got hacked. And then I played some Overwatch here and there. But yeah, it's just like yeah. Yeah, didn't NetEase say that they wanted to like effectively get rid of all of their American divisions altogether? So yeah, like if you're working for an American arm that is connected to NetEase right now, you should be looking for new work. You should be leaving that company as quickly as humanly possible. If 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 you work at a NetEase attached company in America, you should be exiting that company as quickly as you humanly can. You might have time to find new work before they do more layoffs. But layoffs are 100% coming, at least for the American divisions. Yeah, no. Apparently, allegedly, NetEase is being bashing the American arms and just saying that they don't like them effectively. Like just effectively being like they're not worth the time and effort to deal with the people over there. They're too complaining. Was along the line something like that is what I heard. You gotta take all of that with a grain of salt though. Like you we're not in the room. It's not like it's speculation at best, right? Like it might be founded speculation, right? But it's still speculation. So, but like you don't want to be working for a company where the speculation is that they're going to be laying off 100% of the American divisions and being like, yeah, I have a secure job. No, you do not. Find an exit. Start applying for other companies. When they ask you why you're looking to leave, you can just tell them. They've publicly announced that they want to start laying off everybody in America. I live in America. Yeah. Ubisoft developers. Everybody at Ubisoft should be looking for work. The entire company's failing, right? Like it's going under. If you work at Ubisoft, you should be applying. Apply for work right now. You should have been applying for work in like September. When was the big announcement? Because like there was a board meeting where they were just like the entire future of Ubisoft depends on the new Assassin's Creed be selling gangbusters and just destroying, just being like one of the best games they've ever put out profitability wise. And I hate to say it, it's not going to happen. It doesn't matter where you work in Ubisoft. Get the fuck out. Leave that company. Do not stick around. It was during the Ubisoft one. It was during a board meeting. It's actually like on record during a board meeting. They're just like they effectively stated that like the company fails and goes under if the new Assassin's Creed does not succeed. And let's say that the new Assassin's Creed is the greatest game ever and it does succeed. Do you still want to be at a company where right now your entire job is on the line, whether or not a singular game that is being that makes the news every other week for something for in a negative light being a top grossing game of the year? I don't know. No. Like actually no. No, if Assassin's Creed does not succeed, the CEO doesn't have a job. That's where they're at right now. The CEO is being fired. No, there's no company for the CEO to get a raise from. They've ran that company into the ground. And I'm not talking about like they like this has nothing to do with anything outside of numbers, right? The company has been unprofitable for so long and they have so much debt. They literally have the new Assassin's Creed has to do well or else the entire company is going defunct. There's already talks about them selling off to people. The company is circling the drain, right? And it's just like at that point, right? Like if you're a developer there or an artist there, if you're a developer, an artist, if you work in HR, it doesn't matter. You should be leaving that company because they are very obviously going to fail, right? And let's say they don't. Let's say that let's still say that Assassin's Creed is the next one is going to be the most amazing Assassin's Creed and it sells absolutely gangbusters, does breaks records, is the top grossing game of 2025, right? Do you still want to hedge your future on whether or not that game sells, right? Because at the end of the day, that's everybody still at the company today is hedging their career, their livelihood on that game selling, right? And I don't personally feel comfortable with that. If I was part of that company, I'd be leaving. I would have jumped ship. There's no point in sticking around, right? Now, it'd be a bit of a different story if if um if every other day something like really great, like really good news was being put out there about how amazing this game was going to be and how everybody that touched it in any way shape or form absolutely loved it and everybody should be buying it and like everybody who looked at it was just like this looks like an amazing game and we're pre-ordering and everybody's going to love it and blah blah blah. Like if good news was constantly coming out about it, I could understand people being like, all right, I think we're okay. I think we've started to turn this ship around. This next game could pull us out of the shithole that we're in. And I want to stick around to make sure that it happens, right? Like sure, if you believe in the company that much, go for it. It's just I don't think I'm comfortable with that. I'm looking for the door. They're not a startup. Yeah. Now more to your point there, GMecha. The CEOs of Ubisoft are once they are let go. G Mechamorph. Once they are let go, they are going to get picked up as CEOs at another company, and they're going to do the exact same thing and run it into the ground. So technically, they'll get raises. Okay, I'll try and call you GMech because there's already mecha miniatures. I don't think mecha miniature ever really shows up to my streams though. Okie dokie. We go like this. We go like dish. We go like dish. I want to try some. I want to try something. Actually, no. Yeah, whatever. We'll leave that the way it is. What's going on here? There we go. All right. We still got shit happening. All right. So, what was I gonna do? I was gonna start working on the spawner again. Do Unity dots spawner. There was a tutorial that I found. Example. Oh no, it wasn't a spawner, it was a pool. Object pooling and dots. This? I don't think it was this. No. There's like a specific there's like a specific one that I was looking at, and there was like this entire like write up about it. It was actually really good. And I was gonna use that as a base. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one here. All right, so this is gonna be our little our spawner, right? Effectively. Okay, what is this here? There's an iComponent data. Return object. And this is object pool. Are we not authoring anything? Oh, we're not. Interesting. Okay, so that's poolable components. And this is... So I feel like this goes into... here, and then we're just going to add a directory called... where do I put this? Let's do this. Cooling systems. For now. Add a dots a component. Pooling our what's that? We're gonna need multiple pools, so Or say, we'll say dots pooling system. Object pool. Okay, we do this. Poolable component. Then we need a namespace. Do. This is Raccoon. Entities. Pooling. Okay, let's see here. Object pool, mono behavior. Prefab to use for the objects in the pool. This needs to be a list. Right? Okay. Or would it just be... Okay, there we go. Size of pool. Then array to store the entities in the pool. And this is just because this needs to be a prefabs. Because we want to have multiples. Because this is going to do spawning too. Pool size, we'll say 500. Array to store the entities in the pool. Entity manager to manage the entities. Start. World to do entity manager. We pull that in. Initialize the pool array. Create the specific number of entities and add them to the pool. Fetch a random prefab from the prefabs array. Then game method to get an inactive entity from the pool. Loop through the pool to find an inactive entity. Poolable entity. Poolable components. That's this bottom one here is active. If not is active, if an inactive entity is found, set it to active and return it. Set component data. Return null if there are no inactive entities. Oh, this is get entity. I think this should be renamed. Get active entity. Method to return an entity to the pool, return object. Return entity. Bro's talking to himself, of course. Don't you talk to yourself when you program? Okay, so okay, so then how would I work with this inside of the dot system? Dot system including the Unity entity component system, and the burst compiler provides a more performant way to handle and manipulate large amounts of data. However, good old object pooling can still provide additional performance benefits by reducing the overhead of creating and destroying objects during runtime. In a dots-based project, object pooling can be implemented using the same basic principles as traditional object pooling, but with some differences in the implementation. For example, you may use the new ECS architecture to manage the pool of objects, or make use of the burst compiler for improved performance. Therefore, object pooling is still a relative technique for optimizing performance in Unity, including in dots-based objects. Let's take a look at how we might create a script that can help us pool our objects in ECS. And so we've gone over this, and this seems to make logical sense. I think this also does spawning. This might be a look at, this might be a lot to look at, but let's break it down. The start method initializes our pool and loads it with new entities mapped with our given prefab. You'll notice, wait, this might be a lot to look at, but let's break it down. The start method initializes our pool and loads it with new entities mapped with our given prefab. You'll notice the use of entity manager. This is a class in Unity entity component system that provides a centralized way of creating, destroying, and manipulating entities and their components. It acts as the main interface between the code and the data stored in entities and components, allowing us to create, modify, and query entities and their components. Yeah, I know that. Additionally, we have the getObject method. The method loops through the pool array, which contains all the entities in the pool. For each entity in the pool, it retrieves its poolable component using the entity manager and checks if it's is active. Field is set to false. If it finds an inactive entity, it sets the poolable component is active field to true using the entity manager and returns the entity. If it doesn't find an inactive entity, if it doesn't find any inactive entities, it returns entity.null to indicate that there are no available entities in the pool. We call this whether an entity is needed, or we call this whenever an entity is needed, and it returns an inactive entity from the pool that can be used for that purpose. The method ensures that the pool is used efficiently by only returning entities that are not currently in use. And it helps to avoid the overhead of creating and destroying entities frequently, which can impact performance considerably if you are in fact spawning a lot of assets. Finally, our return object method, which takes an entity parameter that will be returned to the pool. So it retrieves the poolable component of the entity using the entity manager and sets its isActive field to false. This method is called when an entity is no longer needed and is being returned to the pool for reuse. This helps to ensure that the pool is used efficiently, as inactive entities can be easily returned and new entities don't need to be created frequently, which can impact performance as mentioned throughout this post. In general, the script is well structured and easy to understand, making it a good starting point for those who are new to object pooling and ECS in Unity. However, it is a basic implementation and can be improved in various ways. For example, it could be made more flexible by allowing the pool to contain entities of different types, or by adding options to configure the size of the pool and the initial set of entities that are created. The object pool script could be be a useful tool for you managing a pool of entities in Unity's ECS, and it serves as a good starting point for more advanced implementations of the pool. Sweet. Let's see how it works, because I believe this is actually spawning them, right? We create the entity, which, if I'm not mistaken, creating the entity actually just does the thing, right? No, it does not. Poolable component. Oh, this is just okay, yeah. So this is adding it. Wait, that gets it. Add component object. Let's see how this works. Let's go to one of our new scenes. We are going to do spawner test. Okay, there's that. And then we're going to go to scripts. Here's our pooling. We pop that into there. Here's our prefab. This list is empty. We're going to add in the singular prefab that we have, which is this one here. right, we need the camera. And then we go to scripts. And I think yeah, here we go. That bad boy there. And then that should allow me to like, yeah, run around the map like this. Sweet. Okay. So this doesn't actually do spawning. Right? And the question is how do we do this with itself? Right? So here's our entity hierarchy. Let's hit play. Let's see if we see anything. I don't see anything. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means that like we're not seeing it. Here's our system. Minimize that. We don't care about it. For late update. We can get rid of that. 1 second here. This is not required. This is not required either. Then this entire thing we can just delete. Did I forget to? I did. Okay, there we go. This file we're just gonna delete. There we go. It's important to clean up your code consistently while you program. Try not to leave too much of it out and about. Okay, so let's start by spawning. So where's our spawn? That's the authoring, and we want the spawning system. Spawning here. There we go. Cannot access non-static method. What? New entity has the same archetype as the entity itself, which is the prefab here. prefab. Do. This would be the interesting. Okay, so this is creating a bunch of entities, right? Sorry, give me a second here. I gotta figure out how to get this list. Windows. Entities. System archetype. I will be right back. Let's see. Oh, god damn it. Okay, where were we here? All right, we were still seeing if we can find a way to look at the data. So I want to see a list of all my entities. Unity. See a list of every on tiny. What's this do? Tiny racing. I am so just entirely confused as to what this is. Oh, neat. When was the last time this was updated? That's not what we're looking for.
Hello Unity developers and welcome to today's video where we're going to be creating this fun little zombie simulation game developed using Unity's Experimental Entities 1.0, which is part of their Data-Oriented Technology Stack, or DOTS. So in today's video I'm going to be teaching you the fundamental concepts of Unity's Data-Oriented Technology Stack and their entity component system. So this is going to be a really great jumping in point if you're brand new to Unity's DOTS and ECS, or if you've used it in the past but it's been kind of a little bit of a while and you're ready to get back into it now that 1.0 is out in the wild. Now at the time of recording, Experimental Entities 1.0 is still hot off the press, so it is a little bit buggy, so definitely user beware on that one. But I'm going to be showing you how to create this simple little simulation where you shouldn't have too many issues with crashes because we're not doing anything too crazy or complex. Basically, we just have this little simulation where we have some zombies that rise up from the grave. From there, they're going to start walking towards this big brain conveniently placed at the center of the map, and then hordes of zombies are just going to keep spawning in until they eat that brain all the way down to nothing. So why are they doing this exactly? Well, because it's October and I thought it'd be kind of fun. Anyways, if you do find today's video fun and helpful and enjoyable and you learn some things about Unity's DOTS and ECS, I would really, really appreciate it if you share this out with anyone who may find it valuable, maybe some friends or some coworkers, or even just some people on some Discord servers or forums that you may frequent. I really do think that this video is going to be a great jumping in point to Unity's entity component system. It's going to give people a lot of knowledge about kind of the fundamental concepts about how this all works, and then it's going to also serve as a good baseline for things to come. So after this, we start getting into more fun and complex things. Now that we have everyone all caught up to speed on kind of the theory and how to do the basics in Unity's ECS. And if there's any particular thing that you'd like to see me do with Unity's DOTS and ECS, definitely let me know down in the comment section below. And if you're still a little bit uncertain about some of these terms like DOTS and ECS and what exactly all that means, we are going to be getting into all that. But first, I do just want to mention some of the prerequisites, just so you can make sure that you have the correct version of Unity and everything like that downloaded before moving on. So I will just reiterate the fact that I'm going to be showcasing an experimental version of Entities 1.0. So this is definitely not recommended for production ready use at this time. It is just a good way that we can kind of get our hands on the API, figure out how to do things, as they work towards a more stable release, which should be happening sometime next year. So the version of the Entities packages that I'm going to be using is compatible with the Unity 2022.2.0 beta number 8 and above. I'm going to be showcasing beta number 11 in this video because there are some bug fixes in that particular version. So I would recommend that you're using the same or newer version that I am, maybe coming across this version 2021.3.5. The important syncing off, but in general, and art assets for we understand why we're using DOTS and ECS behind the scenes, because it's really just going to give you a better understanding about the concept as a whole, and will help you make decisions as you start developing out your projects further. So we'll just start completely high level, even outside of Unity and everything like that. We'll talk about the difference between object-oriented programming and data-oriented design. So I'm sure many of you So now kind of getting into a little bit more of the Unity specifics theory. So what exactly is DOTS? So DOTS stands for Data-Oriented Technology Stack, and this is basically a term that Unity coined, which is really just a collection of packages that are built around data-oriented design. So the main one that we're going to be focusing on is ECS, or the Entity Component System, but also under that there are things like the Job System, the Burst Compiler, the new Unity Math Library, the Collections Package, and finally Entities Graphics, which is previously known as the Hybrid Renderer. And so basically we're going to be using all these packages here today in order to build out this fun little zombie simulation game. So let's kind of dive into these packages a little bit more. So the main one again is ECS, the Entity Component System. Like I mentioned earlier, this is really talking about a on the main thread. The next package I'll be talking about is the Burst compiler. Now, the Burst compiler is actually going to be the source of many performance games. You can even try this out for yourself when we're going through developing the project. Go ahead and turn the Burst compiler on and off and do some performance comparisons between the two. It's pretty impressive about how much more efficient it is with the Burst compiler on. Now, the Burst compiler kind of does a lot of behind the scenes magic. It does a lot of optimizations, especially SIMD type optimizations, which stands for single instruction multiple data, where it basically takes in multiple data components that are all kind of the same, combines those all into one single CPU instruction. So we just end up getting massive gains in performance. Now, there are a number of limitations with the Burst compiler. Notably, we can only use debilitable non-managed data types. So that basically means we can only use simple data types like integers, floating point numbers, booleans, or custom structs that we create using only these simple data types. It's not going to work with any managed data types like classes and a lot of the kind of traditional components built into Unity. Now, the Burst compiler is a very complex topic that goes very deep, but in general, if you kind of follow these simple rules, you can really take advantage of the performance gains of the Burst compiler. Next up would be the new Unity mathematics package, and this is basically a math library that we can use with the
This is important. You can only use HDRP and URP.
data components that we're going to be creating in our game. And again, all this stuff is very efficient and compatible with the Burst compiler, so that's kind of the reason why there's a separate math library. Next up is the collections package, and this basically allows us to use things like native arrays and native lists. Basically, these are really efficient types of collections which are fully compatible with the Burst compiler. And then finally, there's the entities graphics package, which was previously known as the hybrid renderer. Basically, the purpose of this package is to actually render entities in our game. So of course, we're going to be having visual things happen inside of our game. So of course, we're going to want the entities graphics package. One thing to note about the entities graphics package is it's only compatible with the universal render pipeline and the high definition render pipeline, so you cannot use the built-in Unity render pipeline. Okay, so now's the time to actually develop out the project. So see that I am over in the Unity hub here. See that I'm developing a new project, again using the correct Unity version. In this case, I'm using the 2022.2.0 beta 11, and make sure you select that from the dropdown because it probably won't be selected by default. Now going on to the templates, we're going to use the 3D URP templates. And if you haven't used this before, you'll go ahead and need to download the template package. It literally takes half a second to do it, and then just go ahead and set up your project settings, give it a fun name like a Zombie Brains project, and go ahead and save it to your top of. Now, the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and create a subscene. Now, subscene is basically an asset just kind of that sits in a regular scene here, but it's actually a scene asset. Now, there are a lot of crazy cool things that you can do with subscenes, which I'll be going into these more in depth later on. But basically, we need to use subscenes because any game object we put in one of these subscenes is going to be converted over to an entity. Now, this is a little bit different than the conversion workflow that I have showcased previously on my channel, where we put like a convert to entity component on a regular game object and just convert it in the normal scene. Unfortunately, that workflow is no longer, so we have to basically make everything through subscenes. So basically, the way that we're going to do this is we'll go ahead and right-click on our main graveyard scene right here. We're going to go ahead and say new empty subscene. We're going to go ahead and pop up with a window, and we can call this the graveyard entity scene. So you see that now we do have this kind of like separate scene here under our main graveyard scene. Now you see there's a check mark here next to this graveyard entity scene. That basically just means that the subscene is open. Now let's go ahead and start adding some entities into it. So we'll do a right click and we'll go ahead and just go ahead and create an empty game object here. And then this will be our brain. So we'll have our brain right at the center of the map here. We'll just leave it at the default 000. Let me go ahead and enter play mode. Of course, because this is an empty entity, we don't expect anything actually to appear in the scene here. You see that the brain is still showing up here in the hierarchy under this graveyard entity scene here. Now if we do go over to the entities hierarchy, you see that these basically list out all the entities inside of the scene. So you see that again under this graveyard entity scene, we do see this brain entity right here. Now if we click on this, we can kind of come over to the inspector and you see that the inspector looks a little bit different. Now this is kind of the entity type inspector. So you see under this tab right here.
Oh, right. If I click on this game object and we go to the inspector, that's why we're not seeing anything. It doesn't exist. I guess let's add a cube, maybe. Let's do remove. Back to projects. We go to pool. We click over to here. We go bam. We want 500. That's fine. And then we go to prefabs, AI, and we're going to drop that in there. Right like that. Save, play. Okay, so there it is. And then if we come down, we should see a pool list, maybe? Why are you not spawning anything? I don't really see anything in here. It's not creating anything either.
these are the components. So these are all the components that are associated with a particular entity. So in this case, you'll see that this brain has a local to world transform and a local to world component. This basically tells the game engine, where this entity lives in the world, and gives it some information about, where it should be rendered based off of that is open. So now let's go ahead and start adding some entities into it. So we'll do a right click and we'll go ahead and just go ahead and create an empty game object here. And then this will be our brain. So we'll have our brain right at the center of the map here. We'll just leave it at the default 0, 0, 0. Let me go ahead and enter play mode. Of course, because this is an empty entity, we don't expect anything actually to appear in the scene here. You see that the brain is still showing up here in the hierarchy under this graveyard entity scene here. Now, if we do go over to the entities hierarchy, you see that these basically list out all the entities inside of the scene. So you see that again under this graveyard entity scene, we do see this brain entity right here. Now, if we click on this, we can kind of come over to the inspector and you see that the inspector looks a little bit different. Now, this is kind of the entity type inspector. So you see under this tab right here, these are the components. So these are all the components that are associated with a particular entity. So in this case, you'll see that this brain has transformed renderer, more components. Basically, just when we added that mesh and that renderer, it has quite a number of other components here. So just be aware, if you are rendering entities, there are going to be a number of extra components put on your entities. Okay, so that's not all too interesting. So we'll go ahead and exit out of play mode here. And then also, I just want to show you with these subscenes. If we go ahead and close this graveyard entity scene here and then do an unload operation, you'll see that that's when it actually disappears from the scene view here. I want to show you with these subscenes. If we go ahead and close this graveyard entity scene here and then do an unload operation, you'll see that that's when it actually disappears from the scene view here. However, if we go ahead and enter play mode, you'll see that the subscene just loads right back in. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and close out of here, and I'm going to go ahead and unload the entity scene here, just so that's kind of out of the way for now. I'm going to go ahead and create a new empty game object. This is just in the regular graveyard scene here, and I'm going to call this Tombstone. So now we're going to go ahead and actually start spawning some tombstones all over this graveyard. So this tombstone is just at 0, 0, 0. Now we don't actually want to have anything on this base tombstone here. I'm actually going to go ahead and create a child game object here, and this will be the renderer. And then same thing as kind of for the brain, we're going to go ahead and add a mesh filter. For the mesh, I'm going to use the tombstone mesh, and then so just on that, and so now we have kind of our base little tombstone here. And so of course, because we want to spawn these tombstones basically all throughout our world, I'm going to go ahead and create a prefab out of it. So you see that I have this prefabs folder. I'm just going to go ahead and drag this tombstone right into there, and then we can just delete the tombstone right out of the scene here. So now you'll see that we basically just have this regular tombstone prefab. Again, if we double click on this, you see that it opens up kind of in the little prefab editor, which has the renderer component under it. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and reload the graveyard entity scene here, and then in here, we're just going to go ahead and create a new empty game object here. We can call this one graveyard, and this graveyard entity is basically going to be in charge of a lot of the graveyard properties. So it's going to basically spawn all the tombstones, and then when we actually get to the point where we just spawn zombies, it's going to be taking care of that as well. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and open up our code editor. You'll see that I've created a scripts folder. Under here, I have an authoring and mono, a components and tags, and finally a systems. So first thing that we're going to do is we're going to start off with a data component. So I'm just going to do a right click. We're going to do an add class / interface, just create a new C# file. So in this case, we're going to call it graveyard properties, and it's going to be a struct. Okay, so you see that we've now created this empty struct here called graveyard properties, and I'm just going to go ahead and put it under this tmg.zombies namespace. Now this is going to be our first data component. So the way we make this struct a data component is we have it implement the iComponent nation2. Right click. An entity is an unmanaged type, so we can use this. It can be a field of an iComponent data. So this will be our tombstone prefab here. Okay, so now let's come back to manage, do a public entity. We can just pull, and a float2 is part of the unity.mathematics library. I'm just going to do an alt enter into go ahead and import the unity.mathematics library right here. And so we can just go ahead and call this the field dimensions. Next up, we want to keep track of the number of tombstones that we want to spawn. And then finally, we're just going to go ahead and do a public entity, and this is going to be the tombstone prefab. So again, we're not using like game object because a game object is a managed type. An entity is an unmanaged type, so we can use this. It can be a field of an iComponent data. So this will be our tombstone prefab here. Okay, so now let's come back to Unity. We're going to go ahead and select our graveyard entity here, and we're going to go ahead and do an add component, and then we'll search for graveyard, and we don't actually get anything. So we need a way to basically add that component to here, so we can basically modify all those values in the script right here through the editor. Now in the past, there was a way that we could actually put this generate authoring component attribute on this iComponent data here, and basically would create a mono behavior that we could add onto the game object to modify that in the editor. But that has been removed as far as entities 1.0. So there is a different way that we need to do that, and that is through a custom baker. So the way we're going to do that is we're actually going to go ahead and go to the authoring and mono scripts folder here. We're going to go ahead and do an add, and I'm just going to go ahead and add a Unity script here. And this is going to be of type mono behavior, so I'll just go ahead and call it graveyard mono. So now at this point, you'll see that we have basically a simple empty mono behavior right here called graveyard mono. And on here, we can actually go ahead and type out those public fields that we want to actually edit through the editor. So again, first we're going to do a public float2. Make sure to import the correct references. That'll be for field dimensions. We'll do another public integer for number tombstones to spawn. And then finally, we can do a public entity for the tombstone prefab. So this is a little bit incorrect. I'm going to show you why. So now we'll come back over to Unity on the graveyard. We'll do an add component. You'll see that we now have the graveyard mono. So we can go ahead and select on that, and you'll see that we only have the field dimensions and number of tombstones to spawn. Now the reason is because the entity field isn't actually editable inside the Unity editor right now. So we have to do a little bit of a workaround. So we'll have to make this a public game object instead for the tombstone prefab. We'll come back over to Unity, and you see that now the tombstone prefab is asking for a game object here. So here we'll go ahead and set our field dimensions to 40 by 40 for number of tombstones to spawn. Let's go ahead and set 250, and we'll go ahead and drag in our tombstone prefab into here. So now I'm going to enter play mode and kind of show you what's happening here. So if we say come over to the entities hierarchy, and we'll go ahead and select our graveyard, and then go ahead and actually go into the entities view here, you'll see that it basically has all the same standard components. We don't actually see anything about those graveyard properties. That's because we're not actually adding the graveyard's properties data component to this graveyard yet. Basically all we did is just add this mono behavior, and that doesn't really do anything for us. So the way that we actually use this mono behavior to add a new data component to our entity is through something known as a baker. So go ahead and make a public class, make sure it's a class and not a struct, and we can call this the graveyard baker. This is going to inherit from baker type of graveyard mono. So basically we're just going to pass in the type of the mono behavior that we're referencing here. Now you see that I have this nice red line under here. It means that we're missing a member from this baker class here. So just go ahead and say implement missing members. You see that we now have this new public override void called bake, which takes in a graveyard mono called authoring. Now basically this authoring of type graveyard mono, this is a reference to the actual mono behavior that's going to be on our game object. Now inside this bake function here, we can go ahead and start adding in methods that will allow us to add data components to our different entities. So luckily enough, it's just easy enough to do an add component. We want to make sure that we do the one that does not have the type brackets, because I do want to actually go ahead and create a new graveyard properties. And then here I can do open close curly braces, so we can actually set things like the field dimensions. We'll set this equal to authoring.field dimensions. Next up is the number of tombstones to spawn equal to authoring.number of tombstones tombstones to spawn. You see that basically just doing authoring dot. So that's going to go actually to this model behavior, and it's going to grab the value on that and then go ahead and assign that to the particular properties for that data component there. And then finally, we're going to go ahead and do tombstone prefab. You'll see that if I do an authoring dot tombstone prefab, and I see that we actually do have a red line under here, and that's because this tombstone prefab, which is part of this mono behavior up here, this is a game object, whereas the graveyard properties tombstone prefab that we're looking for, this is an entity. So basically, we need to just turn this game object into an entity. Luckily, there's an easy enough way that we can do that. I'm going to go ahead and surround this with some parentheses. All we just do is a get entity. So to get entity inside the parentheses here, just pass in authoring.tombstone prefab. I shall come back over to Unity, enter play mode, and let's go ahead and switch over to our graveyard inside the entity view here. And you see that we now have this graveyard properties data component. You'll see that the field dimensions is set to 40 by 40, number of tombstones to spawn is 250, and this tombstone prefab, this is set to tombstone 57:1. This 57:1, this basically represents the index and version number. So this is tombstone 57:1. You can actually double click on this and you can see that this is the actual tombstone prefab entity right here. So you see that these are the different components that are on that particular tombstone entity.
The pool
and
doesn't
hierarchy,
actually
if I go
make
ahead
a
and click this
whole
little
lot
button
of
to go in the
sense
full
right
entities
now.
view, you can actually see this tombstone entity right here. You'll notice that it's basically kind of highlighted in blue, and this little hexagon is blue as well. That basically indicates that it is a prefab entity as opposed to a regular instance entity that's kind of inside the scene, like the brain of the graveyard here. Okay, great. So now that we have that all working, the next thing that we're going to want to do is go ahead and spawn these tombstones randomly throughout our world. So in order to add random in Unity's entity component system, one way that we can do this is have a random data component that's going to be associated with our graveyard, and then from there we can use that to generate random numbers. Okay, so you see here that I've created this new graveyard random data component. On here we're just going to have one value, which is going to be a public random, and we want to make sure that we're using the unity.mathematics random as opposed to the system random or the Unity engine random or anything like that. Again, we do want to make sure that we're using the unity.mathematics random. And then on here, because we just have one single data type on the data component, kind of the common convention is to just go ahead and type value for the name of the variable here. So now we need to go ahead and add this graveyard random component to our graveyard entity. We'll go ahead and do that through this same baker here. Now, in order to initialize this random, we're going to want a seed, which needs to be an unsigned integer. So we'll go ahead and do a public uint, and then we can just call this random seed. Now, inside of our baker here, after this previous add component, we're adding the graveyard properties. We're going to go ahead and do another add component. This is going to be a new graveyard random, and then for the value, we can say random. Make sure that, again, this is the unity.mathematics random .create from index, and then in here we can type in authoring.random seed. That basically is how we can kind of initialize this with a random seed here. So we'll come over to our graveyard. We'll go ahead and add in a random seed value of 100. Now when we check this out in the entity inspector, you'll see that we have a graveyard random. Under here, the value is set to a state, and it has this really long number right here, and that's basically just kind of the current random seed. You see that as we kind of continue to generate random numbers, this state value will change every single time we generate a new random number. Okay, so now we have this graveyard that has the graveyard properties as well as the graveyard random. Next thing that we're going to do is create a system that uses both the graveyard properties as well as graveyard random in order to spawn these tombstones throughout our field. Now, there are ways that we can have our systems run off of entities that have both these components, but actually one easy way to do this is a new feature as part of Entities 1.0, which is a concept known as aspects. Now, aspects basically provides us a way to kind of combine multiple data components into one single easy way for us to interface. And also the cool thing about these aspects is we can have nice little helper functions on there, and it really just ends up making our systems a whole lot cleaner. I can talk a whole lot about aspects, what they are and why they're cool, and definitely will be doing so in the coming weeks because I've really been liking these a lot so far. So anyways, before we create a system, we're gonna go ahead and create an aspect, and this aspect, it may be a little bit weird seeming to set up at first, but I think you'll see that if you just kind of follow along, you'll see why these aspects are super nice to use. So lately I've just been creating my aspects inside these components and tags folder here, but maybe I might want to break them out into a specific aspects folder later on. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a new class or interface. This is actually going to be a struct. We'll just go ahead and call this the graveyard aspect. So a couple things that we need to do to this struct. So instead of just doing a public struct, this is going to be a public read-only partial struct. That's basically how we have to set up these particular aspects, is they need to be read-only as well as partial. That's because the code generation basically takes care of a lot of kind of some of the complexities for us. And then so we will implement the I aspect interface here. So now we can go ahead and start adding some things into here. So first thing that I like to do is have a reference to the entity. So the way we do this is just do a public read-only entity, and I just typically call it entity with a capital E like that. And then so basically what that does is if we say have a reference to this particular aspect, we can go ahead and access this entity property, and that'll basically return us the entity that is associated with that particular aspect. Now the thing with aspects is they can have all sorts of different data components. Another thing they can have is other aspects. So we're going to go ahead and add in another aspect. This is going to be one of only two right now of the built-in aspects. So this is going to be a private read-only transform aspect, and I can just go ahead and call this underscore transform aspect. Basically, there are going to be a couple of operations that we're going to be doing where we actually need to reference the particular transform of this graveyard here. So we just will need a reference to that.
Well, it's better than bad. The video's doing well. Like I'm still absolutely tiny on YouTube, but the video's doing well. Watch time's going up. The engagement's actually really good. The average view duration is almost the entire fucking video. It's great. You hit the thumbs up. I appreciate it. I'm so happy with this. Yeah. I like this, that it's climbing. Climbing, climbing, climbing. Life's lesson, CIAO? I don't follow? What does CIAO mean? Ciao? Ah. It's hello. hello to you as well. Yeah. Yeah, this is great. I'm so happy with how this is going. Yeah. Thanks thanks to everybody who helped me out with the what was it? The thumbnail yesterday, by the way. I think the thumbnail's helping. But I think also like Rem's suggestions for video editing. Holy tabs. What are you talking about? It's like nothing. I've been closing them.
Let's go ahead and actually get references to our different data components. So the first one that we're going to need is private read-only. And you would normally think to go ahead and say, if we wanted the graveyard properties, we could just do private read-only graveyard properties like this. Fortunately, we can't exactly do that. We have to do something a little bit before that. We have to make this a ref RO, passing in the graveyard properties. And here we can just call this, underscore graveyard properties. This ref RO, this basically means that we have read-only.
If I have more than 5, I'm having a panic.
Access to this graveyard.
I take it. Are you a developer? How does one do software development with only 5 tabs? I'm a computer engineer, like an electrical engineer. Oh, so you get around the tabs by just having multiple browsers open. So multiple browsers with 5 tabs. Section multiple browser windows open on multiple virtual desktops. That makes sense.
Properties. Now, ideally, we want to be accessing as many things as possible as read-only. Basically, the reason for that is when we start scheduling a bunch of jobs, they have all their dependencies. If there are multiple things that have, say, read-only access to a data component, those can all be read in parallel because we're not, say, writing to them. When we write to them, that's when we need to start being a little bit cautious about, when we're actually accessing data. And so Unity kind of changes some things around in the scheduling if we have, say, read and.
I've done a tiny bit of that, and I am by no means educated in it, but I did put together a little bit of hardware. And I'm sure there's probably a better way to do this because like you could probably engineer the board yourself. But I took a fight stick board, right? Like an actual fight stick PCB board, and I was wiring it up so it would connect to a Arduino. So you could communicate over USB to the Arduino to press the buttons on the fight stick. Yeah. Yeah, it was an interesting little project. I haven't finished it yet.
And write access to a particular component. So basically, all that means to say is if you only need to read from a data component, make sure it's ref RO. And again, in this case, the graveyard properties are basically just going to be static throughout the lifetime of our application.
So I think I will stick with mono and use burst and jobs for now and not use ECS till I can wrap my head around it more, or they add stuff for cameras and other base types. I don't think stuff for cameras is coming, dude. I don't know that they're going to add more to it. Like I'm a game dev as much as I am currently in the process of building a game. In my free time I am a game dev. At the moment I'm laid off, so right now, technically, I am a game dev. When I go back to work, when I eventually go back to work, I will be a web dev again. I've thought about trying to get into like embedded stuff and whatnot, but like it's just it's a hard one to get into, especially in North America, because there's not a lot of job opportunities for it. Of my purview of abilities, sadly. What's your game idea?
So we can just say ref RO inside of here. Next up, we're going to do another private read only. This time we're going to do a ref RW inside here. This is going to be our graveyard random, and we can just call this graveyard random. So this time we do need to write access to this, because inside this aspect here, we're going to be generating random numbers. Again, when we generate random numbers, it's going to generate a new seed for this underlying random value. So we do need to write access to it so we can write back that new seed to it. Otherwise, every time we generate a random number, it's going to be the same random number, which is not very random. So this is basically just the very bare bones of what our aspect is right here. We're going to be coming back to this and adding a bunch more things throughout the duration of the video, but really the important thing here is that in order for an entity to be associated
Try
with
and
this
sum it up
aspect,
a little bit.
it needs to have a transform aspect of its own, which is basically going to have by default when it has the regular transform components on it. Also, it's going to need the graveyard properties and the graveyard random. Basically, just by having these things on the component, this graveyard aspect is going to be associated with that. And so we can actually verify that over here in Unity. So if we go over to, say, this graveyard, and then you see there is this tab here next to components for aspects, and you'll see what are the aspects associated with it. So you see that we have the transform aspect. Again, this is pretty much by default. And we do
I think this is broken because it should be giving me the names, because he has given it names. Spawning tombstones, spawning zombies.
also have this graveyard aspect. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and create our first system. So I'm going to go ahead and right click on this. We're going to go ahead and add a class interface. Again, we're going to do another struct, and this is going to be the spawn tombstone system. So you see that we have this public struct spawn tombstone system. Now again, this is going to take advantage of source generation, so we need to make this a public partial struct spawn tombstone system. This is going to implement iSystem. So iSystem is kind of the preferred method for creating systems in Entities 1.0 and beyond, just because iSystems are fully burst compatible. The other one that you'll commonly see are system base. System base are still okay to use, but typically you only want to use those when you need to use managed data components. So I'd say just by default use iSystem, but if iSystem doesn't work, go ahead and use system base. So you see that again, we do have a nice red line here because we do need to implement some missing members. You see there are actually 3 of them that we need to implement. So see there's the on create, on destroy, and on update. So basically these systems have
That's no longer true.
a little bit of a life cycle. So as you can imagine, the on create is kind of called when the game begins, and then we can kind of do some setup logic in here. Of course, on destroy happens when these systems get destroyed.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, so a single player or co-op story game that the planet is invaded by aliens that are like crazy looking, but each one has a different type of metal as their body. So easy ones are copper, hard ones are titanium, sort of thing. You play the single player and gain emotional attachment to the characters you fight with, only to watch them die. You finish the boss and you feel super fulfilled. So, wait, what? Then credits, and boom, game's not over. The real invasion begins. You know, you now have to backtrack in a horde style defense. So it's like a okay, so you're on Earth, right? And you collect materials from killing enemies. Is it like a tower defense game, or like what's the gameplay loop look like? There's hordes. It's a story-based shooter like Gears at first. Is it 2 different styles though? Okay, so you've got your okay, so like you've got your first little bit, which is a FPS, and then the second half, what's that?
Destroyed, and then on update, that's going to happen every single frame. Now, a couple things that we need to do. We do want to mark this as burst compiled. So we'll go ahead and go up here, and we'll go ahead and add the attribute for burst compile. And we actually do need to add this burst compile attribute to any of the
I don't know if I actually need a pooling system. The second half becomes similar to a tower defense. Okay. I might actually be able to build a pooling system that's a little bit more integrated directly. Kind of wonder. I don't think I really like this because like I don't see how it works. I don't know if it's actually creating anything, right? Yeah, the on start's not actually doing anything. I wonder if it's because this needs to not be in the. What if this is outside? Does that work then? No, I think this still needs to be inside, maybe. No, it does. It wants to be outside, but it's not spawning anything inside. There's the object there. Spoon system. And then this we just pass the okay. And then this is the entity, new entity. This is not what I wanted. We do this. We move this up here. There. And then this is the prefab. And the prefab needs to be get entity. Oh, wait. Give me a second here. Oh, I see what's going on. I don't think I like this system, like at all. Object pool system. I think it does, but I don't believe that it's compatible uh um with dots. Is it? I don't know if this is actually what I want to do. Like I might skip this altogether here, right? And what I might do is just go back to the regular spawner that I had. Give me a second here. Okay, so we come into here, right? We bring this back in here. Actually, no, we don't want that. We want this one here, right? There we go. Then we come into here. We go to, oops, authoring. Is the pedestrian spawning? Ooh. Excuse me. Can we go back up to the prefabs? Go to here. Go back to here. Pedestrian spawning author. Public. Game object. Prefabs. Here. This would be a public native array of entity pedestrians. Pedestrian prefabs. Then we would do turn the game objects into entities and store them in native array. It is literally right there. How is this incapable of grabbing it? Authoring dot prefabs. Oh, it's because I put that in the wrong spot. And then we do Let's see if this actually works. It's going to be a whole like prefab of one, right? Those are prefabs. Here we go. Spawner test scene. They have a stack-based eye object pool. But yeah, it looks like it's built. Looks like the built-in object pooler for mono, as everyone thinks, create/destroy with ECS is just better in most cases, which is crazy to me, as pooling is good. It actually makes sense. So if we look at like a regular game object, we'll call it geo, right? If we look at a regular game object, it gets added, right? To it gets added on, right? And it has to be tracked, right? So this here, right, can have pointers to a bunch of different places, right? And the garbage collector runs every so often, the GC, to clean up these, right? To clean. And then it needs to go and check to make sure, hey, do I have do I have memory? Like, am I being used anywhere? How many places are using me, right? And then it will clean them up. And then if this comes back as 0, it cleans this. Delete. Right? That's where the performance hit comes. Yeah, so it's effectively a giant shared pointer, right? It's being used all over the place. It can't delete it, right? And when it's no longer being shared, it's safe to delete and it gets deleted. So when it's no longer in use, it gets deleted. With entities, you always know when it can be deleted, right? There's no risk, right? Things can be deleted at effectively any time. Well, not because it's an array, but because state is immutable, right? So like if we look at functional programming, because this is effectively functional programming, right? Because the only thing that when you're operating within within the dots ECS, you only know about what's passed in, and you don't know about anything else outside of that world, right? So it becomes very efficient to figure out exactly what can and cannot be deleted at any point in time, right? So after every frame, it can effectively run the GC, and the GC is just like, I don't need this anymore, and deletes it. In fact, there are actually like points where it does do it, right? Yeah, there's like certain points in here that you can see it. Structural change present in system here. These here are our states in which we do cleanup. I'm trying to figure out what this is here. Load entity scene. I feel like it's this. Wait, stop. Clear. Let's build. We come back to here. We hit play. Okay, it's still definitely there. Oh, okay, yeah. This is my my bad this is what's causing it. Yeah. I feel like this needs to be a class. Unity Unity using in my component data. I think the main problem is because of the array length. Pointer is not as we could add, right? If we don't do this, right? We come over to here and we've got that authoring, right? Yeah, entity reference offering here. Now I wonder if I go into here, if I can actually add this. Can we do a public native? Ooh, instead of an array, what if we do a native list? Where is pedestrian spawner? Oh, wait. Oh, right. Here. Give me a second here. Public game object pedestrians. Turn native list. Oh, right. Struct. Here we go. Okay, and then here. Do we want this one? We go here, here, and that, and go there. And clear. Hit play. Let's see if we get any errors. 3 errors. Splittable component of type entity reference on game object. There we go. So I'm gonna open up a notepad. I believe it is this one that's causing the problem. Too many errors. Hey, cutie. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. I do need to be right back, though. All right. We'll see you when you get back, hopefully. Yeah, we're still getting errors. And it's still the same error effectively. Blittable component of type entities references on game object contains a potentially nested pointer field. Serializing bare pointers will likely lead to runtime errors. Remove this field and consider serializing the data it points to another way, or an iShared component. Ooh. Implementations are subject to the same constraints as iComponent data. iShared component implementation must implement equitable T and get hash code. Currently, the iShared component interface allows fields having reference types. However, we plan to restrict to unmanaged splittable types only in the future versions of NCPACks. So I don't think I want to go down that route because they already said that they want to not support that in the future. Reads from before you can deallocate the what? We got rid of the array, didn't we? Didn't we get rid of all of the native arrays? Yeah, we don't have native arrays anywhere in our code anymore. Okay, so it could just be a null ref error. What? Oh, it's definitely not that anymore. Let's do this really quickly. There we go. That works. Now if we do, okay, so now we have no errors. We're going to do the pedestrian spawner authoring. Do we have errors? No. Okay. What? No? No, I don't think so. Yeah, no. It's fine. I wouldn't worry too much about it. There we go. This here should cause an error. I don't want it to, but it's probably going to cause an error. There we go. Unity ECS spawner example. There is a way to do this. And we're gonna go get it back. Where was it? Okay, so we go here. Why does it say custom? I'm not actually entirely sure, but Rukhanka Rukhanka has a spawner that does not cause this problem. And this is it. Yoink it. That's exactly what I was gonna do. So I'll show you how it works. Like I'll show you what it looks like, right? So if I go to his scenes, we go to stress test. I don't know if it's like exactly one for one, exactly perfect what I want, but his system does work. So we come over here. Where is it? We need to move this plane in because this plane is important. There we go. Plane in. There's the spawner right there. So these are all the different things that we're about to spawn. We hit play, and it should spawn them all in. They sure do look stressed. Hey, true story. Ooh, okay, so what we want to do is delete all of these. So we're just going to remove these. We want to go back down to 1. We're only going to spawn one thing, and we want that one thing to be our prefab, which is this one here. There. Play. That's all CPU. What happens when we switch it over to GPU? There we go. Look at that. So I don't know if we actually need pooling, if I'm being honest. But we do need the spawner. So let's take a look at his spawner here. So spawn prefab. Mhm. Random.create from instance. Unix must not. Oh, uses a Wang hash. Doo, doo, doo. This is all pretty basic, actually. But I still want to know where he's getting his. I guess because they're just spawned as soon as we start, right? Remove component. Oh. I see how this works. Here's the. Yeah, here we go. Prefab pool, right? Do we actually see anything? No. No, we do not. We see nothing. Okay. Oh, here. Huh. Okay. Okay, so prefab spawner. Here's okay, here's our baker. Hey. for int I. Okay, wait. So let's try and figure out exactly what's going on here. For int I is equal to 0, so we're looping over the length of the pool. The prefab pool is the list of characters. Okay. Here's our spec, which is the new spawn prefab component. Get entity prefab to, which is P, which is, oh, here we go. Here's our pool. Yeah. Spawn radius. This could be a pool. A pool, effectively. So effectively what we want to do is have a circle around the player, where if an object leaves that, welcome back, Kitty. So right now we can use this to spawn, but those entities just live in the world, right? Then we need to have we need to know how far away an entity is, effectively if it's line of sight, right? I wonder if there's a way to check if we have line of sight. Let me check for line of sight. Are you sure? Cast a ray from the enemy object to the player object and check if it hits. It's if the first result of the player. I was thinking that we could probably do that, like effectively like target send send a ray. Like cast a ray from it to us. Either that or put a trigger around it, around the vehicle. And then when something walks out of the trigger, then it gets teleported. So there's kind of two ways to do this, right? I don't know which one's correct. It's hard to say which one's correct. So if we have, okay, so if we have this is the pedestrian and this is the truck, right? And then around the truck, we have this circle. Oops. There. And the circle's effectively like a giant trigger. Then when, oops. We go to this one. When a pedestrian leaves this trigger, it gets teleported back here, and then they can start walking again. So I don't know if line of sight's the way to go. I kind of wonder how lotting works in dots. Unity dots LOD. How to implement Megacity LODs. Why do so many people hate dots? When you say RPG, do you mean like a weapon or? Can't find anything about this. Does LOD group exist in dots? Yes. It breaks the vector 3 dot distance. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That was one of the things that I was thinking in my head, but stress test. One sec. So I don't need to do any changes, just put LOD groups on objects. Pretty much. Dots do something when LOD changes. Oops. LOD change. I think a distance is probably the way to go. Oh, if in this situation I wouldn't have to do any checking. I wouldn't have to do bounds checking. We could just do a distance. That would actually work. Actually, I think that would work. Right? We just do a distance check. We say, hey, for every object greater than this distance away from the player, teleport them. That would actually just solve the problem altogether. So like literally exactly what you've done, QT, and then I don't have to worry about it. I think that's the way I'm going to do it. And then this works. We can just bring this entire spawn system over, right? great in fog? I don't think I follow. What do you mean in fog? So if I understand correctly, as soon as it leaves a certain area, it would teleport away. Not teleport away. It would teleport towards the player. Well, at a certain distance, it won't be visible anymore. No, it's okay. Here we'll do this. I'm gonna break out the fun stuff here. Let's break out the drawing tablet and do some real draws. We're gonna do some actual drawing today. We're gonna draw out exactly what we want, right? And this way everybody can understand. Okay, so well new. Okay, so if we have, let's grab a pen. So if we have our truck, right? This is gonna be the world effectively, right? From top down, right? It's gonna be the top down of our world, right? And then we'll give it these here. Right, this is the top down for what our world is effectively going to look like. Of course, it's going to look a little tiny bit different, but whatever. Okay, there we go. And then if we come into here and we say these are the pedestrians. There. And then let's grab a new color. This will be our truck. Coming this way. Right? And then we'll grab our radius around the truck. Right? If our radius is like this. And let's go to black here. Or no, let's go to something like purple. This here out of radius, right? So when I come around this corner, if I come around this corner, right, like here, I'm coming this way in my truck. I can't see this because there's a building in the way. Because we're in a dense city, right? This is going to be a dense city. So realistically, if I'm out of the radius of this truck, there's no reasonable way for it to see me because of how densely packed in the city is, right? But there's let's say there's a door right here, right? This is a door. This is a door. Right? There's a door here. Maybe this corner here is a door. I'm gonna have a spawn location in all of these locations here for doors, right? In the buildings, in the city. We can take these pedestrians and have these pedestrians have a pedestrian here that just spawned in. Let's say it's this pedestrian here. Gets teleported because he's out of the way. He gets teleported to here. And then he's going to walk out and then maybe this way. Then when he's out of here again, he'll teleport to another nearby spawn location. Exactly. We will teleport. I want the goal, the absolute goal. This is what I want, and I don't think that we're going to get it. But ideally, what we want is 500 pedestrians. And I'm thinking maybe like, let's say 20 vehicles. Right? So like another vehicle would be here, or like another one would be like here. And whatnot. And then like another vehicle would be like here. 20 to 50 vehicles. This is peak perfection. If we can get to 1,000 though. Even better. Right? And then inside of this, we're going to have like this this person here, right? Yeah, pedestrians shouldn't walk into each other, ideally. But they also don't have collisions attached to them. Pedestrians have no collisions. And they have no physics. No physics, no collisions. So each pedestrian, right? So if I go like this, right? And we take a look at a pedestrian, right? And the pedestrian will cast a ray forward. And then a ray down. And the pedestrian will be walking in whatever direction it's walking, right? And that will be its forward direction. And then if it hits another pedestrian, If it's slated to hit a pedestrian, it will turn to the left or the right. Yeah. Well, right now, with the very basic stuff that we've got, if we go back to that stress test here, we go back to the stress testing. Are we still in stress test actually? Oh, we are. Yeah, here. We'll hit play. Oops. Okay, let's hit play. This, yeah, this of course is going to cause an error because we've got 2 copies. We don't want that. Delete. Clear. Play. Oh, this is why. Remove component. Let's go back here. Just give me a second here. Thank you. Let's go back to spawner test map. That's fine. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to delete this sample here and we'll re-import it. Actually, wait, I think we can just re-import it, right? Package manager. We go back to here, samples, re-import. Yes. There we go. There. And then if we go like this, we'll be able to look at the spawner, and the spawner's got a bunch of stuff that we don't care about, and we're only going to spawn one for now, and we want it to be our character. And then we hit play, and we want to make sure that we're on that, and then we want to spawn 1,000 of them, and look at that. We're at 1100 and we're still at 78 FPS. Modern computers are too fast. Yeah, it's great. Hey, QT, he was pointing out that like that we're at the worst possible performance, and we're still at like seven. We're still in the high 70s. So so effectively, what we want to do. I wonder if can we fetch in here when we go to do the spawn, right? Where's the spawn being called? The spawn's being called on start. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to take these two here and we want to paste them into here. And then we want to take this and we want this to be this is going to be Raccoon dot gameplay dot spawner. I don't know why Unity does. I don't know what Unity does, but from a Vulkan perspective, what you do is best case. One object transformed around screen. This is particle system and should support many more than 1000. It's not a particle system. I wonder if it could be a particle system though. Honestly I don't know enough about particle systems. Why is not a particle system? They're game objects. Game objects. So effectively like you have too much feelings for your pedestrians. Well, so like the biggest issue is that like I legitimately I don't know enough, right? So there's much I do not know yet. I'm still very new to this. So do bear with me, right? So effectively if we have a pedestrian, right? The pedestrian has logic. It has AI logic. And it has an AI, right? It has a trigger box. Trigger box. And yeah. And then so then if we have the truck, right? The truck here, and it's coming along, speeding along, doing truck things, right? And then when it collides with this, right? So this has like a sphere around it. And when the truck enters this trigger box, right? The ragdoll is spawned. Give the ragdoll a different color, right? That's not what I wanted to do. A ragdoll gets spawned, right? And it goes flying. Right? And then this needs to respawn. And then this will despawn. Though technically, this doesn't actually need to despawn. Right? We could just hold it and not do anything with it. For now, I'm just despawning them because it's not a performance problem. You'll only have like a maximum of like 10 to 20 of them ever being active in the world at any given time. So the spawn and despawn of them is not too bad. But despawning an entire crowd of pedestrians that are walking, it would be expensive. And there's no point in doing it, right? Like we'll only ever have a certain amount of active, like I only ever want like say 1,000 or 500 active pedestrians. So there's no point in spawning and despawning them if we have a set amount of active pedestrians in the world at any given time. Teleporting them makes more sense, right? So I don't know if a particle system would be able to do this, like do enough and like do the ray cast to do avoidance and keep them on the ground and stuff like that, and then have the trigger that you can run into with the truck. And I don't know how that would work with the ECS system and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how it would come into play. I imagine if I understood better, it would probably work, and I'd probably be able to do it. What color did I get there? Oh, it's like a pink. It's a purpley pink. Yeah. So The biggest issue that I'm gonna run into is that like I actually do need to have the particles be smart. I'll just do this. Ah. Ah. Yeah, and the Boyd sims just do like a raycast effectively to see where the other Boyds are. They have like a yeah. How much AI? So if we have a pedestrian, the pedestrian can be in one of X number of states. A state would be walking, running, talking, waiting, right? And if they're talking, they could be like talking to and this just affects the animation. When I say talking, I just mean like it's playing an animation. Like if they're walking slash talking, like they might be like walking and then like so like the bottom half of this animation here is walking. And then the top half of their body would be like talking. And they'd be talking with each other. Um and then if we outside of that, right? But they will all walk. Yeah, no, they're not going to walk as a flock. If these two here are talking and walking with each other, then then they'll both be playing a talking animation, right? Like a communication animation of some kind while they walk. But for the most part, most of them are just going to be walking. Like probably a good like 85% of the time it's going to be walking. Maybe like 10% of the time they'll be like standing standing slash waiting. Um, so like when they get to an intersection, right? They'll be like that, right? And he might be sitting there while we wait for a green light because this is green here. And he wants to go this way. He'll have a destination. So he'll be like effectively like thinking about um want to be at point A or point B or whatever, right? Or point 1, 2, 3. So he will be walking towards point. In this situation, he'd be walking towards this point, and uh, we could say this is a door here, and this could be and then like the next guy here could be like um he's going to maybe like point here, this point here, and this is point 1, 2, 4, right? And he's like going. So he'll be walking this way. So every pedestrian will have a destination. And then when they get to that destination, depending on what that destination is, they might respawn. So like in this situation, point 1, 2, 3 would be a respawn, right? So if we come over to here, right, when he walks over to here and he goes into the building, which is a door, it doesn't make sense for him to like just loiter. So he'll respawn. Alternatively, what I could do instead of having any points inside of buildings is I could just have them not be in buildings and just be scattered amongst the points would just be essentially scattered amongst whatever. They'd be points of interest. Points of interest. So the AI is going to be super basic. The AI is super, super basic, right? Like, let's say that we've got a guy that wants to sit. Right? It'll just go to the nearest bench. Some value of some value of avoidance and some logic. I see it will not scale indefinitely. Yeah. That's why I'm like 1000 is like pipe dream. 500 I think is doable. And then for vehicles like 50 is like max. Right? Because vehicles are just like drive this way. just obey the traffic laws effectively, which are like super easy. We don't even really need them to like they barely need to do anything. God, no, they won't be parking. They'll just vehicles will not park. They will only drive. If a vehicle is parked, like if there's a parking lane right here and there's a vehicle right here, it means that I placed it. Of course it's a BMW. What are turn signals? Turn signals are too advanced. We don't need turn signals. Where we're going, we don't need turn signals. Everybody's a BMW driver. Everyone is in a BMW. Hey, at least you understand. What is a turn signal? People are 10 points. I like points. Hmm. I wonder how many cars and pedestrians GTA 5 calculates at any given time. I don't know, but it's not many. There's not a lot of pedestrians on the street in GTA 5. How many pedestrians are in GTA 5? Yeah, I don't think it's a ton. Well, the thing about like this is dense population for pedestrians, and we're seeing like a handful of people. But like, that's really dense. Oh yeah, no. GTA 5 has very few pedestrians. It does have a lot of vehicles though. But I don't think it's even that many vehicles, right? Because like this isn't real. This isn't what you would see in game, right? It'd be more like this. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. There might be 5 or 6, maybe 10 vehicles on the road. And if it can feel like with the thing about vehicles though is like because there's such limited space for them, you need very few vehicles to feel very densely populated. Oh yeah, because of the level of details, right? But yeah, like we go back to like here, right? To feel densely populated for vehicles in a situation like this, if we had a vehicle here, a vehicle here, a vehicle here, um uh a vehicle there, and maybe like one here and one here, and you could see like one there and maybe like one here, right? And maybe there's like one in the intersection here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. This would feel very densely populated for vehicles, right? So like even at 20 vehicles in your vicinity feels super dense, right? So anything like around 10 to 20 vehicles in your vicinity when you're driving feels super 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 dense. Pedestrians on the other hand, in a GTA game, you can have a much sparser population of pedestrians because people aren't paying attention to them. But in this game, because the game revolves around the pedestrians, you need like a lot of pedestrians for this to feel dense. This feels dense with like, this starts feeling dense at maybe like 100 to 200 pedestrians, it feels super dense. Right? If we hit 500, it feels packed. Like 500 feels super packed. But if we've got like 20 feels empty. And then out of all of these here, you're only run over the purple one. One unlucky soul is in for a surprise. Well, the point of the game is that like you're supposed to drive around and run them over, right? And when you run them over, they just copy this quickly. Do, 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 do. I expect to run down as many as possible, but having one purple guy among 499 others would be challenging. Well, okay, so like the idea is that you one sec. There we go. Okay, so the idea of the game is that you are in a city and you have been charged with saving the world, saving a bunch of worlds, and to save those worlds, you have to go hunt down the heroes, right? The heroes are your targets. So in this situation, the purple guy, this is a hero, right? So you run over the heroes, and the heroes get summoned into another world to save it from a demon lord. and then the pinkish ones are just regular pedestrians. So when you run them over, you do damage. That's a damaging effect, right? So the idea is to drive around the city and try and only run over the purple guys. So right now, gives a whole new meaning to pickup truck. Yeah. I love that they're getting stuck inside of the truck. You need somewhere to put the bodies. Yeah. I do have to actually fix that though. So let's figure some stuff out real quick here. One, these prefabs here, like these. We're gonna start modifying these. Spawn prefab component. Actually, wait, one sec. Let's go back over to here. Let's go to the spawner here. And we're going to remove this. Remove component. Then we can go back into here and we can do scripts. Spawner. Is it this one? No, it's this one. Yeah, there we go. Count of 500 and spawn radius of 60. And then initial spawn, yes. There. And then Then what we want to do is we want to take this and we're going to go to here and we just want to delete this. There, and then we come back into here and we go to console and then we do clear and we hit play. Yay, it still works. Now I can come into here and we do this. We do updated, added basic spawner and cleaned up some vehicle code. There we go. And now what I want to do is I want to have these pedestrians be one, I want them to spawn at places of interest, but we're going to work on fixing the ragdolls because the launch is not correct. It's just going straight up right now. And that's not what we want. We want it to go forward. Get the position of the ragdoll. Get the direction the vehicle is moving. Which means that we need the vehicle transform. Is moving. Get the vehicle velocity. Mm-hmm. Physics world. Oh, there we go. This. Um, mhm. Get the. Wait, why do I need velocity? Yeah, that's. Oh, wait. Right, because we need to the vehicle direction vehicle is moving. The dot product returns back just a float. That's not what we want. What we really want is to invert this chassis velocity, and this will be the direction that we want the direction will be inverted. Or sorry, no, we just want linear velocity. Yeah. Yeah, that's not it. Sorry. Do there. Oh yeah. No, we're definitely doing that. This just returns the current linear velocity to it, right? No, this takes place in Tokyo. Tokyo is not well known for their their snow. Linear velocity. Linear velocity, if I'm not mistaken, I'm still a bit new to this stuff, right? So linear velocity. What is linear velocity? Linear velocity is the rate of change of an object's position with respect to time moves. technically we are going to yeet them at an angle. The angle is mostly up. It's up and in whatever direction the vehicle's moving in. Hmm. Looks like it really, but it is past bedtime for now. All right. Well, have a good one. Get the speed of the vehicle. I'll be back again tomorrow. Maybe I'll see you then. Oops. Oh, this. No, it's interface. Wait, I'm muted? What? I shouldn't be muted. I'm seeing. Wait, what? Testing. Well, we're about to find out. Testing. I'm not muted. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not muted. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not muted. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. Sorry. Ragdoll character? I can't even remember where this is here. It'd be add impulse. You know what? It might be under vehicles. It's not that one. Oh, here we go. Impulse direction. Yeah, so I think it's just like this is the direction vehicle is moving times upward force. Do 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 do. I think it's still just too far, too many ups. It's all up and not enough. You know what? I think I have an idea. Collides with ragdoll. Belongs to vehicle. Collides with trigger. I will say everything, and then we'll remove character and ragdoll. Mm. Sorry. And then we go to her ragdoll. Uh, Why can't I set her collisions? Interesting. I don't see it. I was just gonna remove her from the ability to. Oh, interesting. Weird. Collides with truck. Hmm. Okay, there we go. So she still just went up, which I don't like. I don't want her to go up. I want her to Let's see, like this. So it's still straight up. We're not getting the direction here. And I wonder if instead of it being linear velocity, if it needs to be angular velocity. All right, yeah. Yeah, they're still not flying in the correct direction there. It's like almost exclusively just up. It's just flying up. That's what we want right there. Uh, because it's still up. It's still just like entirely up. Yeah, that's still like effectively straight up. Have a good one. Good one. I'm out. All right. I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Chrono, have a good one. I think here what we have to do is new float 3 0 dot sorry 1 0 1. I'm gonna go grab food. I'll be right back. have an idea for how to do this. Missed a lot. What prompted the switch? I actually have a video for you. There we go. But this will come. Hey, I'm PseudoKid, and welcome to the first devlog of Isekai Crusader Tarkun's Realm Rescue. I've been working on this game part-time in Unreal for about 9 months, and about 4 months ago I started running into problems due to the experimental state of the mass entity system. That led me to start thinking about switching to Unity Dots. Not only is Dots production ready, there are several games published using it, while Unreal's mass entity doesn't have any. I'd been actively pushing off the idea of switching due to the limited time I had after work to focus on it, but in January I got laid off. My original idea with this was to see if Unity Dots would be a good fit. I wasn't entirely sure if I could replicate what I wanted in Unity or how difficult it would be. Turns out the answer is that it would take me about a month to get the core concepts of the game into Unity working the way that I wanted them to for the most part, and it outperforms Unreal. So going forward, I'm keeping this game in Unity, and I'm happy that I made the switch. I only wish that I had done it sooner. That's why. It's a super valid question, though. Hmm. Cheers. Thank you. By the way, Pixel Panic, how did I do on the video? Did I do a good job? I spent so much time on that video. Hmm. What if I do an angular instead of a rigid? Sorry, an impulse. It was gorgeous. Thank you. That was probably like the most complicated um video I've ever made. Like there was so much going on. I'm not used to doing timelines with so much going on. Still falling on the fucking roof of my truck though. Hmm. What if I get rid of the up force? Just do this and add the force. Hmm. That's weird. Yeah, my impulse force is way different. Mm. Why is the what is force? Okay, force is just a float. I wonder if it's because this is actually like up. It's still very just upwards. Like upwards is insane. Interesting. I think this is an error. Something is adding the impulse. Where's the impulse coming from? Because there shouldn't be any impulse being added, so it should just like it shouldn't fly, right? Where's that impulse coming from? Like, what the fuck? You would imagine that there would have to be some kind of impulse. Yep. Be right back. So, if we're not actually applying an impulse, what's making it fly up? Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. Wait, what's going on here? I don't know. So, to be fair, that's not really actually the problem. No, the problem that I'm trying to solve right now is that I can't figure out what's applying the impulse. Something's applying an impulse, right? I just don't know what. So, here we spun it. Here's the ragdoll tag. There's our move trigger. You would think so, but we're not actually applying an impulse to. So no impulse is actually being applied to that character that I can find, right? If I go like this, I can't find a situation where I'm actually applying the impulse. That's the part that's bothering me. I can't figure out where the impulse is being applied. This is useless. I don't know. Like it's the issue is that there's nothing for it to collide with either. Like this is just a trigger. They don't have they don't have parents. And like where so also like this here doesn't actually have collisions, right? She has no collisions at all. No, she has collisions, sorry. Um but nothing that's spawning them has collisions. Like this sphere has no collisions. It has a trigger box around it to show when I hit it with the truck. But outside of that, it has nothing. I wonder what if it's the summoning system? I wonder if it's this. No, because it should be I don't think that like slide it's not it shouldn't lerp them. Hmm. So this is the spawn. Where's the source entity? What if I do this? What if I do this? Let's see if that changes anything. I don't know that it will. Excuse me. Did you see that? Did you see that? Tell me you saw that. There's like a brief moment, right? Where it summoned at 000 and then it teleported and flew up. Right? I'm not crazy, right? I'm not crazy. I found the problem. Ragdoll summon, Ragdoll summon, Ragdoll summon. I think I know what it is. I think I know exactly what it is. I figured it out. It's spawning halfway in the ground. Hmm. Solver freak out. So it spawns halfway in the ground, right? And then I teleport it. But the teleporting doesn't remove the the velocity that's already been attached to it. That's that's a that's a lot of rigid bodies there. So I have an idea. There we go. That was it. The force might be a little bit off on this. Wait, what? Oh, right. This is on the pelvis. It still feels like they're not. There's nothing there, right? Like they're not actually flying. Either that or they were being flung into me. So we're applying a crazy amount of force here. Vehicle ragdoll direction. Or sorry, we'll say vehicle position. Uh, wait. Not local to world. It's probably this. Give me a second here. Local. Hmm. So the vehicle position, the ragdoll position, the direction. No impulse is being applied. There we go. So the issue is that I'm not actually applying a physics velocity to the to the character. That is like actually the problem. Female King 509. And again with my friends after work. I'll see you after work. Thanks for the follow. All right, where are we here? Did we actually make it to the... Okay, we did. Sweet. Where are we in here? Okay, still doing that. Okay, so we can do this. Okay, so it's the rigid body index is 100, and it's most definitely not being applied. Okay, so that's definitely the problem. Okay, so jobs burst. And then if we come down to here and we do vehicle and we do... We're using a physics world here. This physics world is the same. Let's do the impulse. Sorry, not the impulse. We want the suspension. It could be that. What if this really does want to have a... This is the... just be a local transform. Oh, it's oh, wait. Let's see if that worked. Yeah, impulse is still not happening. Still not applying an impulse. It's probably that. There's a straight up error apparently. What? Come on, I just want you to fly. What if I just, instead of applying, what if I do this? What if I do this? I'm going to try something. This might work. Physics velocity. Worst case scenario is it doesn't work. Best case scenario is it works. And then we can say, hurry up and fly, motherfuckers. Uh, why you no work? Well, we found the problem. I'm gonna have to go do some research, but I think I'm gonna call it a day here and take off. But thank you to everybody who showed up, and I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. All right, ta-ta for now.